Obekwama oda obediama wo awo wasiesi oni afabre nyamio obeyama wo edie ni usimi ni edie ne o hawia fabre no obeyama wo bese twebe unya ko pon twebe no awo twebe no nya
All right. I hope you're all doing excellent by the mercies of God. Once again, welcome to Programming Masterclass. This is the final phase 6 to 7 of the 7-step process, okay? So again, the 7-step process, just to review, we have the pre-programming or the sketch. We are not going to talk too much about it. We have the main recording, all right? We have the cleanup stage and the first arrangement. Then, of course, you have the however many arrangements you got to get to until you get to the final arrangement. All falls within that stage 3. And then, of course, you have that final arrangement being the phase 4 or the step 4, okay? And then you have the mixing stage or the confirmation stage. Not mixing and confirmation stage, okay? Which we dealt with last week, okay? And this week we are doing the final stage, which is mastering and post-production. So if you don't know what mastering is, we are going to talk about it. And then after that, I'm going to talk to you briefly about what post-production is, okay? So if you have any questions for me, please do write your questions, and I will be glad to answer them off and on. I will not be able to keep going back and forth on my phone, but off and on, I will go back and check, okay? So far, let's see a few that has come. Charles Arthur says hi. God bless you, Charles Arthur, and a few others that are watching. Anopa and Soma say, wow, we see you. Comfort, we see you. Ben Saka, we see you. Danny, God bless you. We see you. Danny is doing a great job. Boka Mene Asamoah, we see you. Isaac Adakwa, Edu NS, Albert Boy, Sultan, Najis, okay? Many people, okay? We see you all, okay? So God bless you all. Augustine Nano says hi. Augustine Nano says good evening. Marisa Merewa, John Amwa, Eunice Brown. Charles Arthur says, please, I'm watching you from Enchia Western Region. Charles Arthur, aka X-Papa. God bless you. So anybody that is watching, God bless you all. We are going to fly through this today. I don't want this to be long. I want to keep this no more than an hour if I can do. Okay, so just stick with me and we are going to get this going. Okay, so again, we are dealing with the mastering stage and then the post-production stage. That is the step 5 through 6, or the step 5 and the step 6 and 7. And again, this is the music production process checklist, okay? If you did not watch last week or the other ones that you are missing, simply you can find it by going to our YouTube page. If you go on YouTube, okay, and you type in L4C Multimedia, okay, just to show you. Oh, sorry, you guys cannot see what I'm doing. Let me share the screen. Okay, I thought I had something set up. I don't. So let me go ahead and share that real quick. All right. All right, cool. Here. All right, so you guys can see now. So if you go on YouTube and you type in, if you go to YouTube and you type in L4C Multimedia, okay, all right, it's going to take you to our channel. Okay, once you get to our channel, all you got to do is click playlist. When you click playlist, go through all these playlists, and you're going to see one that says School of Music. Go through them, okay? Go through them, and you're going to see one that says School of Music. Okay, you go through it until you see School of Music. Right there, School of Music, okay? All right, you guys, I think my face is blocking you, but it's okay. It's not a big deal. Well, let me just go to the corner. Okay, lower corner. Sure. All right. School of Music. You get there. Okay. And you will get all the ones you missed. See, this one is well, this is bad. Let me go back up. Okay. All right, let me go back up. Good. So now back up, you guys can see the phase 4 to 5, right? It's right there. And you can see it's the same song. And guess how many hours it is? That was the mixing. Almost about 6 hours of streaming, okay? So if you want to learn in depth, go and watch that video, okay? But anyways, that is not why I'm telling you this. If you come to the playlist here, you can click view full playlist, okay? And then when you do that, it's going to give you everything. You see, that was 4 to 5, okay? This is 1 to 3, okay? So if you click play all, and it will show you, let me hide this right now. And then you see, you can see the 4 to 5. If you want to see the 1 to 3, it's here. Like, so it tells you how this song started, okay? Not just how it is now. It tells you where it started from and how we got to the point that we are at the moment, okay? So you can go there and go through it. Step 1 to 3, step 4 to 5, and then we are doing step 6 and 7 today, okay? It's just as simple as that, all right? Cool. So that is it for that. All right, moving on. So just as a brief recap, okay, we are dealing with mastering stage. If you look in my window, you should see the mastering stage, you know, and then the post-production, okay, and that's what we're going to deal with today, okay? I told you last time that when we get together, I'm going to break down to you guys how I went about and did the mixing, okay? I'm not going to talk too much about it because that stage 3 to 5, explains everything that you need to know about the mixing, okay? But I took my time to find sweet spots and stuff, and so I'm going to just do minor tweaks today, okay? So here. So the song, as you guys can see, okay, let me bring my screen. All right. As you guys can see, all right. As you guys can see, this is the song project, okay? And I know you guys can see my mouse, okay? So let me make my face smaller so I don't become well, it's fine for now. When other things start popping up, I'll take my face off. Okay, cool. So when you are in the project, okay, we want to know how we got to the point we are at the moment, okay? And then we're going to continue. So you guys can see, last time before we left, I took away every single thing on the channel. I hope you guys can remember if you guys were watching. Every single thing on the channel was dry. Nothing was on, right? And I've taken time to go about all this and mix it and stuff like that, okay? So now I want to bypass all the effects, and so we hear how it sounds like, and then I'm going to slowly work on the effects small, so we see how it impacts it. So first things first, let's start with the instrumentation, okay? So with the instrumentation, let's work on the dry signal, okay? So on the dry signal, for the sake of time, I'm going to group it, okay? So for the sake of time, the instrumentation goes from here at the clap, okay? It goes from here, and it goes all the way to, I'm talking about the drums, okay, to the congas, okay? So again, we can see that as, you know, about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, that's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We have 13 tracks that we are using for our instrumentation, okay? 13 tracks instrument, okay? So when we solo it, okay, and we take all the effects off, you see this here? I'm going to turn it off. It's going to kill everything. And if I do this, it's going to take everything off. So now no effects is on. It's just dry, okay? So when I do that, let's hear how it sounds like just out of the box, just like this, okay? Hear how it sounds like. This is with no treatment. Okay, cool. So that was the instrumentation with no treatment on it. Okay, so now let's talk about compression. Okay, so when we look at a compressor, what does a compressor do? So, for example, this compressor that I like to use here, this is just an old skin, but the new skin looks like this. Okay, so it all depends on whatever you are using. You might see either of these skins. Okay, it's the same thing. I just like using the old stuff. I like the old looks better than the new stuff. I don't like fancy things. Okay, cool. So as you guys can see, with this compressor, the whole idea is, if you look at something like the clap, okay, the clap is doing pop, 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 pop. So you look at the frequency range of the clap and you say, okay, is this something that I can compress? Okay, then I say to myself, okay, I don't want to compress too much, so I'm going to set the threshold just a little bit, right about -4.6, okay, instead of, and not push it too far down, okay, and then just keep it at -4.6 right at the top, okay, just like a kick. I wouldn't want to compress a kick too much unless if I'm trying to shoot for something else, okay, or even a hi-hat, okay. It all depends on what I'm trying to shoot for, okay. And so the whole idea is I do that and I try and bring down the ratio to a place where I can find a good balance. What I find as a sweet spot is anywhere from 0 to about 6. Somewhere in between this line to here is what I try to shoot for all my compressions. Okay, and so you see most of my compressions are going to be coming around there. If anything passes, it's because I pushed it more. Okay, and then the gain, your idea is to make sure it's not clipping. Okay, you might get a few clips here and there depending on what part of the song you are playing, but the idea is overall you want to avoid clipping. And so to avoid it, don't set the gain too high, reduce it. Okay, and that's how you use a compressor like this. Okay, so this is the legacy look, this is the light look, and this is the dark look. This is from Waves, for those of you guys that use Waves. So this is the Renaissance compressor, or the R compressor. Okay, and again, with the compressors, they have it in mono and stereo. Right now I'm using it as a mono. Why? Because I'm using it on a clap, and for a clap it can go either way. It can go as a stereo sound, it can go as a mono sound. So I decided, you know what, why don't I just basically, treat it as a mono signal. Okay, and that is the reason why. You realize that I do a stereo here and probably a stereo here too, because it has an S. Okay, so it doesn't really matter, it doesn't really change it or affect it. Okay, cool. So that is something for the clap. Okay, and then you see similar stuff for the hi-hat and so on and so on. Okay, so I'm not going to go through all the drums. I just wanted to explain the plugins to you so you understand how to use it whenever you get the opportunity to mix a song or whatever be the case. Okay, good. And then I decided to do an equalization, right? So you can see the equalization. There's a stereo equalization I did on the clap. Okay, and I'm going to turn all the equalization on. Okay, and so with the equalization, for example, the clap, okay, I decided certain frequencies I do not need, and so I dropped it or cut it. And you guys can see here I boosted it right here because I probably saw that there was a lot of work going on here. For example, if I decide to play it as it stands right now, you will see a lot of work there. You guys see that? You guys see the pop pop. You see how there's a lot of work going on here? So I decided to boost that frequency a little bit, okay? And just cut about here, do a low cut and a high cut, okay? And that is kind of what happened with the clap, okay? Let's look at one more that is a bit different. Okay, let's come to let's see, how about the the toms. Okay, let's do one of the toms. This one is a mono instead of stereo. Same thing. There's some type of cut here, very, very, very slim. There's a hard cut right here. There's a deep low cut here, and there's a high cut here. Okay, similar stuff. Nothing changes. Okay, cool. And so that is how you deal with the 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 equalization. Okay, so I used REQ, or Renaissance Equalizer. Okay, so the first one was Renaissance Compressor. Okay, and this one is Renaissance Equalizer. Okay, so R compressor, R comp, and REQ. Okay, then what I decided to also do is to also freshen it with a bit of analog compression field, okay? And so I use something called the Ssl G bus G bus compressor. You can use it for mastering and for instrumentate and for mixing as well, not just only mastering, okay? So you see Ssl G master bus compressor, okay? So I want the analog field, so I have the analog switched on. I set the threshold as low, not I set the threshold right about here because I want all the signal not being affected. If I want the signal to be affected a lot, then I'm gonna have to push it all the way as low as possible, right? But right now I want as much as natural, okay? So I just choose to do a slight compression, okay? To get a slight compression, I just don't push it far back too much, okay? And I just put it somewhere between this range, okay? To get a slight compression going on, okay? All right. And also for the makeup, okay, sometimes you might want to keep it at 5 or keep it a bit lower. You don't want to boost it, or else it's going to mess up other things that you have to do, or it's going to sound too loud at some point, depending on what you need to do. All right, when it comes to the attack, it all depends on what kind of thing you're treating. If you're treating something like a kick and you want a lot of things to pass through, you might want to be sampling with something between 1 to the 10, depending on what type of feel you are looking for. For something like a clap, maybe I want everything to be passing through, so I want to do a slow attack on it. If I want a fast attack on it, then I'm gonna have to bring it all the way to the side, okay? Or sorry, yeah, I'm gonna have to bring it all the way to the -1, okay? And then here, the release. If you want a slow release, you're gonna, I'm sorry, a fast release, you're gonna have to bring it to -1 or anywhere in between -3 and -6, okay? For me, I like to keep it on auto a lot of times because I've found that that does the job and it doesn't conflict with anything. And actually, none of these really impacted much, but it does it does make a slight difference. So to be safe, if you don't know what to do and you are not familiar with how to do this, keep it on auto to be on the safe side so you don't mess up your mix, okay? And then your ratio, you can just sample with it just to see where you find your sweet spot. For the most part, I leave it as is, and I don't really mess with it like that unless I need to. And my rate, I leave it as is, okay? So that is how I do compression whenever it comes to something like a compressor, using an SSL compressor or something like that, okay? Cool. So as we can see in this chain, we are done with the dry signal. The dry signal are these three things, and you can see it's across the board for the most part, right? And so over here, I do a compressor, an EQ, and a final compression, okay? Over here, I do compressor, EQ, and then something else, and then a final compression. So let's talk about what that something else is, okay? This is the Apex Vintage Exciter, okay? This is the Apex Vintage um, oral oral exciter, okay? All right. So what does an exciter do? An exciter basically does exactly as it says, something exciting. So one of the things that we realize is, say I'm doing a track, right? And say I feel like, oh, I need a little bit of brightness, right? Most of us will be tempted to just put on an equalizer, okay, and simply go find the sorry, go find the high frequency, okay, and simply boost that high frequency. Most of us will be tempted to do something like that, okay? We simply boost it for brightness, okay? And that is what an exciter is doing. An exciter is doing exactly that, but they're not doing its best not to affect the overall, signal coming through, that kind of thing. And so that an exciter is designed exactly for exactly what we are trying to accomplish by doing this kind of thing, where we try to, we try to give it a high, a high shelf increase or whatever, Anyways, that is just an example to give you guys, not that we need it. Okay, so the exciter, the whole thing is, for the most part, if it is being put directly on the channel, you leave it on mix 1, okay? And this is going to the output, so that's fine. And then The input, for the most part, leave it the same as 0, unless if you feel you need to push it a bit more so that you can get more of the reaction, then you push it a little bit more, okay, just like you've seen me do. For the most part, keep it at 0. Sometimes you might need to reduce, but for the most part, keep it at 0 unity, okay? All right. And then here at the auxiliary mix, okay? Auxiliary mix, this is where your exciter is really working. This is the perimeter where you are really controlling your exciter, okay? So at this perimeter, you are going to basically push it to let it know the amount of excitement you want, okay? And so what you can do is you can push it all the way to the far right and then slowly come back until you find your sweet spot, okay? And then that will give you your your excitement that you need and stuff like that, okay? And then your output, I would advise you not to mess with it too much, as it can affect your output in the mix or whatever, you know. Try and keep it at 0 or reduce it even if you need to, as you can see I've done, okay? All right. And then here I just don't touch, I leave everything off. If you feel like you need to change it or sample with it for whatever your reasons are, go for it. I believe they might have some profile stuff. If you don't know what to do, you can come here and find some presets of certain things and use. I don't do it. I just basically leave it. I do it from scratch like I'm teaching you right now. Okay? So that is what an exciter is. So far, looking at the chain, I'm only going to be talking to you about things that are different, okay? So we have talked about compression, we have talked about equalization, we have talked about SSL, we've talked about excitement, okay? And as you can see my chain, right? It stays consistent across the board, okay? There's nothing that is changing. It stays consistent. The same effects that I'm using for almost all of it, with the exception that some are mono and some are stereo, okay? And that is because whatever is mono, I make sure to use a mono treatment for it. Whatever is stereo, I use stereo treatment for it. Whatever is 50-50, I make a choice on whatever I want to use, okay? So it's just like that. Something like a tom. A tom, you want that mono feel. So most of it is mono feel, and then the final compression, I use basically the final SSL compression on it, okay? So that is how you deal with all these things. Looking at it, nothing is different, okay? Everything is the same across the board, okay? Nothing is different. Everything is the same. So as you guys can see, nothing is different. Okay, so we have something different starting from here. Well, we are talking about the drums right now. So looking at the drums, everything stays intact. Everything is the same, okay? Cool. So we good on the drums, okay? So let's now talk about the auxiliary sense, okay? So the auxiliary sense, right? We already talked about it, so I'm not going to talk about it. I'm just going to explain it. So you guys can see it says I verb, D verb, D verb. So you guys can see verbs, right? So I verb, D verbs, okay? So all I decided to do was I decided to create, all right, 4 different reverbs, okay? 4 different reverbs. Hear it. Okay, so right now other things are playing. So I want you to hear just the reverb, okay? Just the reverb. So this is reverb, okay? And all that is I'm just busting it so it doesn't come on the dry or the direct signal, okay? So that I reverb that you guys saw, okay, is basically stand for instrument verb. I decided to call it that. It's not how you have to call it. You can call it whatever you want, okay? And then D verb, I call it drum verb. That's why I call it D verb, okay? Then V verb, vocal verb, okay? And then T verb, trumpet verb, or even you can call it H verb for horns. It's all up to you, okay? And that's all the 4 different verbs that I created. Honestly speaking, if I really wanted to be so picky, I could have even added another verb. Why? Because when you hear the I verb, okay, the drums are going through, but here what else is going through? You still hear guitar, right? And so, honestly speaking, I would have even separated it and put the sound instruments in another thing. But I said to myself, hey, it's not even a big deal. It's not like I'm going to be dependent on the verb a lot anyway. So why not let me just, just throw it on or whatever, you know? Okay, so while we are talking about reverb, let me talk to you about what I did. Okay, so for the reverb, I put an reverb or Renaissance reverb. Okay, reverberator or reverb, Renaissance reverb. Okay, reverb. Okay, I put an reverb on there, right, and I set it to the profile plate 1. Okay, again, you can leave it at all if you want that full thing. For me, I like play 1 because it's cleaner. And then most times I do a low cut, sometimes I don't. Okay, I'll do a low cut, a little bit of a high cut, just to keep it cleaner. But it's all up to you. And that's about all I do here. The only time I will really do a lot of things here is if I'm going to be putting it on the dry channel. I don't do that as much. Years ago, I used to put it on the channel sometimes. I don't really do that lately, okay, this past few years. But if I ever have to put it on a dry channel just to get that feel and the kick and that kind of thing, yeah, I'm going to have to mess with this to get it the way I need it exactly, okay? So for now, I bust all my reverbs for now. Okay, so and here I decided to use a different type of verb, and I decided to use the true verb on the profile setting stadium. When you come here, you can just go through it and then you can find stadium. Depending on your DAW, it might look different. This is Studio One, how you get to it. You see stadium and closed, and that is the reverb that I'm using for the instruments, okay? But then you see something. I decided to compress it a little bit, okay? And so you see some slight compression going on. Okay. Okay. If I don't put a compression on here, how it sounds. It sounds fine, but I just wanted to compress it so it sounds a bit controlled, a bit tighter, whatever be the case, and it doesn't sound loose around, right? And again, remember I wanted a fast attack like I was explaining. So what I did, I moved it back between this area, okay? It's all up to you depending on what you want to accomplish. Okay? And then for the reverb, I decided to do a different type of reverb. So you see I have this different reverbs. Ultimately speaking, I use the same reverb for all of these. Like you see reverb, you see reverb for all of them. I decided for this song just to sample with some of the other reverbs because I liked how they sounded, okay? And that's what made me go for it. And so here, and plus I have it, why not use it, right? Good. So, and then the reverb, okay, I decided to use the Abbey Road Chamber Stereo, okay? That's a reverb. The main things you have to understand here is this, okay? When you are using this reverb, okay, if you want it more wet or dry, you will use this knob to deal with that, okay? And at the same time too, the time X here, the more it is to the left, the less of the effect you're gonna hear. The more to the right, the more of the effect you're gonna hear. So here is a good place to pay attention to, and here's a good place to pay attention to. So you're seeing this thing and it looks so cool. What exactly is it? It's modeled off an actual analog machine, okay? And so some of these are analog machines that you buy or whatever just to add to your song. And then there's another thing I want you to pay attention to: delay. Okay, by default it's going to be delaying. Okay, if that's not how you want it, you're gonna have to turn the delay off or something. Okay, it's gonna be set to something like maybe a 1, something like this, a 100 or something like that. Okay, if you don't want it, kill it off. Okay, just move it all the way down to the off until you see off. And then also here you can also mess with the input to also see how it helps. Okay, and then of course you have some settings here you can mess with to see which one gives you the best feel. Okay, and also you have some type of reverbs here that can also help you. So again, you set it to whatever see this as a profile, okay, and see this as the tone or something, or color or something, okay, profile color. See it like that, okay. I really don't mess with things here. Mainly here, if I here and here and here, okay. That is up to you if you want that, and of course here too. All right, don't forget that. All right, and then depending on what you are doing, sometimes you may come here and do certain things, but for me, I don't do anything there. Okay, now if you don't know all these things that I'm explaining and you say to yourself, hey, all I want to do is I just want to simply put on something and just get out of here, okay, go to the presets, look for something that looks good, something that deals with what you need to do. Find some profiles or some presets and just use it. Okay, if it's a vocal, try one and see how it looks. Okay, and then and go for it. Okay, for me, for what I'm using it for, I don't need to do any profile thing. Okay, and so I decided to do that. Okay, so again, that's all the reverbs, and then our verb, I've already explained it here. Nothing different. Okay, so that's all the reverbs that I decided to use. Our verb, okay, true verb, and Abbey Road Chambers. Okay, Abbey Road Chambers, Abbey Road Chambers. Okay, good. So those are all the 3 verbs I decided to use for this song. Okay, and so that is why it sounds however it sounds. Okay, again, this is only because I'm doing a bus processing. Okay, I already taught you guys all this in the other video, so I'm not gonna waste time here and talk about it. Okay, as time is not on our side. All right, so assuming that everything looks good, you understand what these reverbs do. I'm not going to talk about it again. This is the only time I'm going to be talking about it. Okay, and again, as we are doing this, we are going to have some bad distortions or bad peaks and you know, bad output numbers, but don't worry about it. It's all going to be taken care of. Okay, so just so I don't forget, what I decided to do with this song is this. I realized that I had to mix this song. Remember, I told you guys I'll work on it, so when I come, it will be easier for me to talk to you about it. So over the course of the week, I mixed this song probably about maybe about 4 times. Okay, I mixed it about 4 times, 4 different times of me mixing the song in different fields, just to see what brings the best out of it. And I realized that like every time that I mix the song, I'll get a type of feel that I wasn't too happy with, or that kind of thing. And so I had to basically keep going back and forth to just come up with what would be the best setup for the song. Okay, and so I decided that, hey, you know what, why don't I just mix it hard? Okay, and I'm talking to you because of these clipping. Okay, that's the word I was looking for, clipping. When you're doing it, you're going to see clipping. Don't worry about that clipping. Okay, you're going to take care of, I'm going to explain it to you later. So I decided to mix it hard. So mixing it hard means I am compensating for the clipping for mastering, but that's not a good thing for mastering. Why? In mastering, you want to leave the mastering engineer with a little bit of room. Even if you are the one mixing, you want to leave yourself with even if you have the one mixing and mastering, okay, you still have to give yourself a little bit of room. And what I mean by that is, when you are done with your song, you should select everything and move everything down, and I'll show you that when I'm about to get out of the project. Okay, all right, I'll explain that to you when I'm about to get out of the project. Okay, so I hope you guys are getting the idea here. Good. I hope you are being blessed. If you are being blessed, say something so I know you are being blessed. Okay, good. So that is the reverbs. Okay, so again, once it's set up, you decide that, okay, I want an R verb here. You come and pick it, and then you send whatever amount you want. Let's do an example. An example is the clap. Okay, the clap without reverb. The clap is going to I verb. Okay, I verb. Okay, so we're going to come here and we're going to turn I verb on. Okay, so now if we do the clap, we're going to hear nothing, just the dry. You see how you hear you see how you hear it? You are hearing the guitar because the guitar also goes through that verb. Okay, so I cannot change it after I send it. The only way I can change it is to take it out of that, but you're gonna hear it. So I'm just gonna bypass it. I'm gonna click, then I'm gonna unclick, I'm gonna click, and I'm gonna unclick. So you use your own ears to actually hear the difference. Okay, all it does is it adds a small feel to it, a small feel to it, so it has some ambience, noise, that kind of thing, okay? But not too much, just a little bit, okay? It looks a lot here, but you can hear it just slightly, okay? And that's all there is to that, okay? So that's an example of how a reverb is being used. Let me give an example of another one, okay? So here you see I decided to use two, okay? Two of them. I decided to use the I verb and the D verb, okay? And the D verb and the I verb, okay? But the problem is I verb has the compressor, and then this one don't have no compressor, okay? So why would you think I will use two reverbs in one, right? So the idea here behind this whole thing is I'm using more of something and I'm using less of something, okay? And you can see a better representation of that with the low tom, okay? So maybe let me use the low tom as a good example, okay? And I probably should crank this down a little bit more, crank this down a little bit more, okay? So the idea is I'm using less of the one that has some, compression on it, okay? And the way it's working is it's only feeding to the bus and not to the main channel, right? It's going to the bus, okay? So let's hear this track without the reverb on, and let's hear it without, okay? With and without. And I'm going to do the same thing, but I got to find a place that we can hear it, that tom. Okay. You hear how it sounds? You hear it? Okay. So I'm now going to turn it on. You guys hear it? One more. Okay, it just has the feel, once again, the feel, okay? So that's all there is to reverb, okay? And so I'm not really going to waste time and talk about every single one, okay? I just want to show you an example of everything that I've done in the project, okay? So far we talked about the dry signals of the drums and its reverbs, okay? And so now let's put it all together one more time, and then I'm going to put it on. Okay, I'm going to turn it off and on. And now let's hear how it sounds like the drums sounds like with and without, okay? So this is with without treatment. Oh, hold on. Sorry. So this is with and without treatment. With and without treatment. So that is without treatment. Okay. With reverb, with reverb. You guys hear the reverb makes it sound like it's in a room or whatever. So that is the feel we're talking about. So let's hear with and without one more time, but I'm going to do everything in once, okay? So with and without treatment. So without treatment. So now let's do with treatment, okay? This is with treatment, okay? Okay, again, this is with treatment once again. So that is it. All right. So we've talked about the drums. Now let's move on to the other ones. Okay. So now we have the lead, and other stuff. I'm not going to talk about anything we've talked about already. We've talked about compression. Okay. I'm not going to talk about it again. We've talked about EQ. I'm not going to talk about it again. Okay. The point is, I heard it. I saw what frequencies I need to take something out of, and I took that out of it. Okay. That's it. Frequencies that I wanted to eliminate, I took care of it. And then I use, okay, for this one, I use a CLA 2A. Okay. A lot of us are used to CLA 2A, or at least we've heard of CLA 2A. Okay. Okay. So it's basically a plugin that was developed by Chris Lord. Okay. A lot of us know him in the music industry. Well, at least I do. So anyways, the whole idea with this compressor is you want to make sure that you are using the compression where the peak reduction is not really affecting the actual volume or the dry signal coming in. So for me personally, I just make sure that it's not compressing too much, okay, and it's staying as natural as possible. And so most times it will be in from 0 to negative 5 range. Okay, most times my compression for CLA2A will be there. It all depends on what I'm doing though, but most times it will be here. So let's see how. Well, first off, let me take off the drums because we are not dealing with the drums anymore. Okay, so let's get the drums off. Okay, let's get the drums off, and then let me bring something like the synth lead. Okay, since we're talking about the CLA2A with the synth lead. Okay, so if we play that, where is that going to? The I verb. Okay, well, for now, let's not worry about the verb. Okay, so let's hear how it sounds like. Okay. So I'm going to do it without the CLA2A. Hear how it sounds without. You see how it sounds that without? Now with. I'm going to do bypass. Okay, I'm going to turn it off and on, off and on. I'm going to bypass it. Okay, so I'm going to bypass it off and on. Okay, you hear it. That when it's on, it brings it up front. It brings its presence, that kind of thing. Okay, good. And then the I verb again. I'm not going to talk about that again. Okay, so we good. We got the stereo REQ. We've talked about it. CLA2A. We just talked about it. We're not going to talk about it again. Okay, Ssl Compressor. We've talked about it. We're not going to talk about it again. All right. Exciter. We've talked about it. We're not going to talk about it again. Okay, we've talked about these reverbs. We're not going to talk about it again. Okay. And we get to the trumpet works. Everything we've talked about, everything we 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 talked about. Okay, while we are at the trumpet, let me talk to you about something that I did. Okay, so with the trumpets, I decided to kind of add a little bit of excitement to it. Okay, why would I even do that, right? I shouldn't really mess with any excitement with a trumpet. Probably with a guitar, it makes better sense, right? Like you see here with the guitar. Okay, the guitar. But one thing is, you see with a guitar, the exciter is, I made the exciter like 10. You see, so the excitement of the guitar is really there. Like I boosted it heavy, right? But you see, with the trumpets, I didn't make it heavy. I made it just, just in there, but it's not really affecting the actual tone of the trumpet. So we're gonna hear it with and without anyways. Okay, so it doesn't matter. Okay, so that's something I did. We're not gonna waste time and talk about. Okay. And so we see all these are all things we've talked about already. Nothing is different, okay? So there is only one thing I would like us to talk about while we are at it. So I have these horns that I played on with the MIDI keyboard. I decided to keep it, okay? But the thing with this here is I added something different. I added a doubler effect, okay? And this is how a doubler effect looks like, okay? You can use a preset or something. That's what I did here. I used the preset and it sounds good to me. I decided to keep it. If it doesn't sound good to you, then you're going to move it around the way you want it to sound to your ears or whatever it is, okay? But for me, I use a simple preset, basic doubler, and call it a day, okay? That's it. So I decided to do that, okay? So here's how where it is. You guys hear it over there. If I take the doubler effect off, it's going to sound like this. You really can't tell, but it makes it double. Okay, and that is it. Okay, just that treatment. Okay, so with everything said, let's look at the sound instruments also and hear how they also sound like. Okay, so we're gonna hear it with and without as well. So this is without. Okay, the sound instruments, this is without. You guys see how everything sounds? Now I'm gonna put the effects on. Let's see how it sounds with the effect, okay? All right, you guys got an idea of how it sounds like, okay? And so that is all we need to know for the instruments, okay? Then we get to the lead vocalist, okay? So when it gets to vocals, the way I mix is this. I focus on my lead vocalist, then after that, I apply the same similar treatment to the BVs, okay? Again, you guys have seen that Stein, instead of you doing it this way and putting it on, why don't you save a little bit of room by simply putting them to, for example, creating a bus channel or a VCA channel. A VCA channel will not allow you to treat it, okay? Just level. However, a bus channel will allow you to treat it, okay? So why don't you create that and then just apply those effects to it one time so it can be easy on the machine and easy on the processing and just easy on the, the clipping and stuff like that, so it doesn't clip. Well, guess what? I did that just to sample it. It's not that I wanted to do that, right? I did that just to sample it, and guess what? It was not sounding good. What's happening is if you are using something like the auto tune, okay, which we'll talk about when we get there, auto tune here, it will make it sound bad at certain parts, okay? And so I said no, it's not a good idea. So that's why I didn't do it that way. That is one. Two, for the reason that even when I'm mixing it, right, and then I got to a part where let's just say um, 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 let's just say I'm working on the BV. Let me give you an example. So say I'm working on this BV. Maybe she sounded different there. What if I'm working on this and she sounds different here? Right? And so that is the idea. Why would I want to just apply the same thing to all of them when I have different amount of work that I have to do for other plays? For example, if I'm EQing, all right, we are going for it, okay? So if I'm EQing and here I heard something that I didn't like, I have to come here and take it out. Okay. For the most part, if it's the same person backing, I use the same EQing for all of it if I'm really being lazy or whatever. But if I really want to get in there and do the work, I'll go in there and do other things. Okay. For the most part, she's the same person singing, and there's not much to her voice. It's just as is, not much to do, and so I use the same EQ for all of her things. Okay, because it's not like different people backing. It's just her. Let's just say it was two girls backing, right? That means I'll do a different EQ for one girl and a different EQ for the other girl. Okay, or maybe two, four people, whatever it is. Okay, I'll do the EQ per the voice. Okay, that's how I do EQing. However, you still should consider taking a deeper look to look at the frequency spectrum to see what you really need to cut out and stuff like that, or what do you need to maintain and not mess with. Okay, cool. So let's talk about the signal, the chain of my vocalist. Okay, so I'm going to bypass all these and I'm going to just solo it. Okay, then I'm going to go to a part where he's singing, and I want you to hear how he sounds now with no treatment.
Uyo tumfo wangweni no kwanyame otinensa wawakuzi nemo watamfuso.
All right, you guys hear how he sounds like at the moment, right? So I would come up with the R compressor. The idea of the R compression or a first compression is to make sure that I don't lose power with the rest of the process. Why? If I start doing certain cuts and certain blah blah blah, cutting, taking out the DC offset removal, whatever I got to do, cutting out the lows, doing it, putting a high pass filter, low pass filter, and I'm doing all these things, at some point her voice is going to start getting affected, right? So what I say to myself is, why don't I get as much gain as possible? Then I do all those things, right? So I don't lose as much information. And so that's why I always start treating my vocals with a with a first compression. Okay, so this is how it sounds like with that. So right now it doesn't have anything. Once again, here,
Uyo tumfo
the moment I turn on the compression, it will get higher. So watch how you're going to see me clicking off and on. Just hear the difference it makes. Okay.
Uyo tumfo wangweni no kwanyame otinensa wawakuzi nemo watamfuso.
So if you will agree with me, when I turned it on, her voice was like more upfront, blah blah blah. Okay, so that is the whole purpose of why I do that. Okay.
Sa wawakuzi nemo watamfuso.
And then you also realize I'm not really letting it get to the zero. I'm also making sure it's at the zero gain and not compressing it too much to the extent where it starts getting distorted, okay, or starts getting blown out. When it starts getting blown up, it's going to be washed up. It's going to sound washed up and that kind of thing. I don't want that, okay? And so I'll do something like that, okay? So that is how you would do the compression, okay? Then I go from there to the equalization, okay? So with the equalization, I'll use something like an RQ, a six band one. Six band means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And what that means is I have the low one, the low mid, the low one, the low, I don't even know how they call it, but you guys get the point. We're going from low, mid, low. There are two lows. Let's just put it that way, okay? There's a low, you know, the very very low, the low. Let's do it this way. This will help me so I can teach you, okay? Because I want you to learn in the process, okay? So let's do it this way. See here, as you see this in this interface, okay? So this is what, how many bands? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect. Six just like that, okay? So now this one here is called the low band, okay? So you see how I keep saying low, the low mid or whatever. So the next one is called the low frequency. So it's still like a low thing, right? So this is like a low cut and a low frequency. Okay, so it's like two lows. Let's put it that way. So low cut here, LC for low cut, and LL for low frequency. Okay, I don't know if that's what it means, but that's what it means to me. But the point is, there are two lows. There are two within each region: two lows, two mids, two highs. That's it. And the whole point is, you have your very, very, very low, you have your somewhat low, you have your somewhat mid, your actual mid, then you got your somewhat high, your actual high. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and there's one missing. There's one hiding there, as you guys can see, for the high cut. So this might be a 7, 7. Okay, cool. But anyways, so you have that. You have your low mid frequency. You have your mid frequency. You have your high frequency. You have your high mid frequency. Okay, you have your high cut. Okay, or your high frequency, or high frequency high cut. Okay, similar to this. Okay, all right. So I just wanted to show you guys this, so you guys get an idea of what I'm trying to explain here. Okay, so again, you have a 6-channel band. All right, just like a channel EQ in a way. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, and then the idea is you have two lows, two mids, two highs. Okay, and for this voice, I decided to cut certain things towards the lows, certain things towards the mids, and then certain things towards the high mid, or whatever you want to call that. Okay, and of course a high pass, a low pass, high pass. Okay, with just a simple cut. Okay, cool. And that's how it sounds. So far with the two treatment, let's hear it with the two and without the two. Let's hear how it sounds like. So this is without. So I'm just going to be going back and forth. So just hear it.
Uyo tumfo wangweni no kwa nyame otinensa wawakuzi nyinemo.
All right, cool. Now, when we did the compressor, we had the gate. You have the option to just use the gate here or don't. Okay, it's all up to you. I decide to just use a standalone gate that just does the work of the gate. And so I use a mono gate where I just gate it. And the gate, what is a gate? The gate is where you can use to control the background noise and also the moments where the singer will go, right? For example, I'm singing and I'm saying, you know, so that moment is doing, right? Because it's like that breaths and that kind of thing. You can use the gate to do that, okay? Either that or you're going to do some fade ins and stuff like, you know, fade outs and fade ins and stuff like that to kind of control that, okay? That's it. You know, that's really the way to go about with that. But for me, I just gate and call it a day. And also I cut and trim, call it a day, you know. All right, De-Esser, okay? Of course, it's good to use De-Esser, okay? For me personally, I just use profiles and then I just do tweaks. So you can come through the factory, and if it's a man or woman singing, find a profile that is similar to what you want to do, okay? And once it's there, you can just basically use this to basically control it. And if you want to change the threshold, you can. For the most part, I'll leave it standard and as long as I hear the feel that I want, okay? So for example, let's hear without the De-Esser and with, okay? It doesn't change by much, so you're not going to hear much difference.
Uyo tumfo wangweni no kwa nyame otinensa wawa.
Okay, so that's how the De-Esser sound like, okay? Then after that, we come back with some depupper, okay? So the depupper is similar to like how I was doing the De-Essing. You see here, there's also high frequency enhancer, blah, blah, blah. And you can also use other ways. You see, De-Esser, you see? So similar, but I'm doing a depupper with this plugin, okay? So all I'm doing is I'm using the C1 compressor, not to really compress. I'm not really compressing, okay? Rather, I'm just basically basically doing a depupper by you know, finding a threshold that the is not going to be too much, okay? So that's what a depupper is, Okay, then I did some auto tune work. Okay, the way it works, find the key. We have that in the other video. We found the key, set the key, and tweak it and make him sound as good as possible. Okay, of course it doesn't end here. You can actually go in and actually go in graph mode and do certain things with his voice to make it sound very much in tune. Okay, so that's if you have the time for it. Please do have the time for it if the person is paying you to get the work done. Okay, and then we added some slight brightness. Okay, so let's hear everything up to now, how it sounds like. Then after that we'll bring in the auto tune, and then let's hear everything from step from the compressor up to the auto tune and see how it sounds. I'm going to start out playing without treatment, then I'm going to be bringing in one by one. So let's hear it. This is without and then up till. So it's going to start without, then after that.
Ye wo nyame uyo tumfo wanweni no kwa nyame otinisa wawa kuzinyi nemo watamfuso oka uhunti mesuro bibi.
All right, and you guys can hear how it sounds, right? So that is every treatment up to the auto tune. Then, of course, I add a little bit of excitement once again. Okay, and let's hear how it sounds without excitement. This is without assignment. I'm going to do with and without, so hear it.
No kwa nyame otinisa wawa kuzinyi nemo watamfuso oka uhunti.
You know, at first I had it here at 7, but I didn't want too much of it, so I reduced it. So hear how it sounds even with a 7.
Kwa nyame otinisa wawa kuzinyi nemo watamfuso oka uhunti mesuro bibi watamfuso oka uhunti mesuro bibi watamfuso oka uhunti.
All right, so that's how it sounds like. Okay, then after that I add a final compression. Realize I didn't use a CLA 2A this time. This time I used something called a CLA 3A. I would have liked to use the CLA 7A. Let me show you. This here, that's a 7A. 76, okay? But I decided I like the feel of the 3A better for what I'm trying to accomplish, okay? That's why I decided to use that. But most times I will use something like a 3A or the 76, or even sometimes an SSL. An SSL, let me show you, where is it at? Where's the SSLs at? Even sometimes an Ssl compressor, okay? Just to glue it all together, okay? All right, so that's just adding the gluing together. So for example, here everything, then after that I'm going to glue it with the bypass, okay? So I'm going to glue it by bypassing and, you know, bringing it back on. So here without and then with. So this is without, then after that I'll bring it on. And then just see how it glues it together.
No kwa nyame otinisa wawa kuzinyi nemo watamfuso oka uhunti mesuro bibi.
Okay, you guys get the point, right? And so it just glues it together, okay? Then after that, we get the sends, right? And then the sends is just going to basically help us with the reverb, okay? So we have the V verb, okay? So if we let the V verb comes, we can hear how how much it is. If it's too much or it's not, we can tell. This is what we call too much reverb, okay? Stay away from that in your mixes. Never do too much reverb, okay? Always take it to a minimum, okay? I'd advise you either start from the left and go up, or start high and then reduce. Whichever way makes you feel, helps your ears, okay? Sometimes work with both ways so you see what helps you. So let me actually set a new one right now. Yeah, I think you should just go left to right, okay? Go from dry to wet, okay? Don't go from wet to dry. Go from dry to wet, okay? So don't even make that an option, okay? All right, and you guys get the idea, right? So, considering that I've explained everything, our Vox went across all of it. REQ went across all of it. It doesn't mean it's the same thing, right? Different treatment. For example, different treatment here, different treatment here, okay? How do you know that? Look at this frequency here, over here, and then look at this frequency here. It's different, okay? So make sure you are treating it according to what you need to do, okay? The gating went across the board. The De-Esser went across the board, okay? Except here, you see, it's a male wide, okay? Male wide, and over here, we see it's a female wide, okay? So just make sure you're paying attention to all these things, all right? And so that is the De-Essers, and then after that, here I added gating, but you see with this, sorry, it does have gating, okay, but here I added the depupper, okay, all right, the De-Esser, the depupper, okay. So here you realize I didn't use depupping, okay. So this is one of those things you need to learn to do. Not everything goes across the board, okay. I didn't use no depupper because the girl is not really doing anything that I need depuppers for, but he's the main singer. He's sometimes going to be, you know, doing certain words that need it, okay. So I didn't do it. And then for the vintage exciter, okay, I went ahead and did a little bit for his voice, as you guys saw, and then for the backers, I cranked it up to like a 7, okay, all right, and then I added the final glue with the voice as I showed you, and same thing for the girls, okay, for the girl, okay, or the backer, the BV, okay. So again, let's hear the voice up to the BVs with and without treatment, okay. So this is without treatment. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to find a part where they are singing a lot. Let's see. This part they are singing a lot here. So let's do here. And then we're going to do here. Then after that, I'm going to bypass. I'm going to be turning all of them on so you hear the treatments, okay? So let's go.
Minyame odimafo
Odimame no kamame.
Minyame odimafo
Odimame no kamame. Odimame akamame. Odimame akamame.
Minyame odimafo
Odimame no kamame. Odimame akamame. Odimame akamame.
Minyameye odimafo odimame no kamame Minyameye odimafo
odimame no kamame
Minyameye odimafo
odimame no kamame odimame akamame odimame akamame
Minyameye odimafo odimame no kamame.
So you guys can realize that exciter just really opens the voices up, right? And it really helps it to sound very good, okay? So that is how it sounds like. And of course, with the sense, also it sounds like this.
Odimame akamame
odimame
akamame minyameye odimafo odimame no kamame minyameye odimafo
odimame no kamame
odimafo odimame no kamame
odimame akamame odimame akamame
Minyameye odimafo odimame no kamame Minyameye odimafo
odimame no kamame
Minyameye odimafo
odimame no kamame odimame akamame odimame akamame
Minyameye odimafo odimame no kamame odimame akamame
odimame
akamame minyameye odimafo odimame no kamame minyameye.
So you guys have a feel of how it sounds like, right? So if we are all on the same page, okay? And of course, I added my signature in there. If you don't know how my signature sounds like, it sounds like this. All right, the only treatment I gave it is I added a little bit of the excitement, and I also added the final glue to it. That's it. That's all I did with that one. And a little bit of verb, okay? Just to add feel. That's it. So now, let's hear the track. Maybe starting from here. Let's hear starting from here. Let's hear it without treatment and with treatment, okay? So I'm basically going to solo all these things and then take off the treatments, okay? So this is without treatment, okay? Hear how it sounds without treatment, and after that, we'll hear it with treatment, okay? So this is without treatment. Let's hear a little bit of it without treatment. Then after that, I'll turn it all on so we hear it with treatment. So this is without treatment.
At the end, you will see me near the end. Oh, how we are. Fabra no, Bayama, Mr. Chimbe, Unyako.
All right, so what we heard was without no treatment, okay? So how about with treatment? How would it sound like, okay? So the only way we're going to know is by turning every work we've done on. So to be sure, we're going to just check the inserts and everything is going to turn on by default because I have it all selected and everything is on, and I'm going to unsolo so that the buses can also play. And so we're going to scan through, make sure everything is on. All right, everything is on. We can see everything is on, nothing is off, right? Everything is on, 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 on. Okay, so that's it. We're good to go. So now that we've done that, let's hear how it sounds like. Now we're mixed. You heard it without it being mixed, but now let's hear how it sounds like with everything the right way. Okay, let's see how it sounds like. All right, let me turn a few plugins on so we watch out for certain things. Okay, I just want to just keep an eye sometimes on certain things. All right. Okay. All right. All right, so let's play it a little bit. Let's hear how it sounds like with everything, okay? This is with all the work, okay? Okay, so we got an idea of how it sounds like, okay? So here we are going to get straight into mastering because that's the purpose of today's lesson. I told you I will review this with you, okay? I think it's a good review considering the amount of time I took to just review, okay? So assuming this is all good, okay? Let's see. We're going to hear it. We're going to see what I don't like. So I'm just going to be quiet, okay? You're not going to hear my voice. All I'm going to do is I'm going to be tweaking to make sure we have it ready. Then we're going to talk about the rest of the process, okay? For mastering, okay? We have to prepare for mastering. So before I do that, this is where I want to tell you something. So I told you I'm mixing hard with this, right? So that means I don't really care about the clipping. However, you should care, okay? Because most times what you're going to do is after you're done with your mixing and everything is at the right level, you're going to select everything, not the reverbs, okay? Keep the reverbs there, okay? Keep the reverbs at 0 if possible. Sometimes you might need to lower it, you know, just to get a good balance. But for the most times, keep it at 0. But then the only problem is if you keep it at 0, then you got to come back and work on the reverbs a little bit more so that it can be balanced, okay? So you will do this. It's like a back and forth thing. You select it all, then after that, you're going to push it down like this, okay? So that way it doesn't sound so harsh like this. You see how it sounds? And your idea is this number, make sure it's at -6 or between, let's just say, -4 and -8, okay? -6 is really what we are shooting for, but if you can get it anywhere between -4 to -8 is fine, okay? Just get a number like that, okay? And so right now it's just too low, right? So we're going to increase it a little bit. So the problem is anytime you do that, then what it means is you got to come back and tweak certain things again, tweak certain levels again, go back and tweak all this again. So what I'd advise you to do is don't work on reverbs until you find your final levels. Then after that, you just worry about the reverbs, or else you have to do that process twice, okay? So it's up to you. For now, I'm mixing hard, so I don't have to worry about that. So for me, what I'm going to do, for me personally, is I want to hear the reverb levels to make sure I'm not using too much reverb on any track or whatever. So I just have to use my ears and my monitors to kind of figure that out a little bit. So you're not going to be hearing my voice. You're going to be seeing me moving around, but that's all because I'm trying to just check the levels, okay? So it's pardon me for a few minutes while I do that. So I'm going to switch my camera to this mode, okay? So that way, at least you see me moving around or whatever, but at the end of the day, you don't think I'm ignoring you, okay? I don't want you to feel like I'm ignoring you. So at least I have the camera set up so you can see that you're not being ignored, okay? All right, so let's go ahead and do this, okay? So you're not going to hear my voice for a few minutes. For the most part, the song is already mixed. I just got to tweak certain things, okay? All right. So just have fun hearing.
Nia fabre nyamio obeya mawo edie ni usimi ni edie ne o hawia fabre no obeya mawo bese tribe unya ko pon tribe no tribe no nia tribe no sawaya mamia yesu beya mawota Chebeno, Mr. Chebeno, Chebena no pa, Mr. Chebeneria, Chebeno, Yasa when you will be a coupon, Chebeno, Yauto when you will be a coupon, Chebeno, Minyameye udimafo
Odimame no kamame
Minyameye odimafo Odimame no kamame
Odimame akamame Odimame akamame
Minyameye odimafo Odimame no kamame
Odimame akamame Odimame akamame
Minyameye odimafo Odimame no kamame Minyameye odimafo Minyameye odimafo mafo.
Odimame akamame. Odimame akamame. Odimame akamame.
Minyame ye odi mafo.
Odimame akamame. Odimame akamame. Odimame akamame.
Minyame ye odi mafo.
Odimame akamame.
Minyame ye odi mafo.
Odimame akamame.
Enti tribe wunya go pon tribe no. Ah oh.
Chibeno,
Ese tribe wunya go pon tribe no. Ah oh.
chibeno,
Obeya ma wo, Yesu beka ma wo. Ah oh.
chibeno,
Yesu obeya ma wo, nyami beti ama oda. Ah oh.
chibeno,
Tribeno, nya tribeno. Ah oh.
chibeno.
Yiyi wudi na ye. Asafu ye owa.
Onyame tumfuye, udinaye. Onyame tumfuye, udinaye.
Yiyi wudi na ye. Asafu ye owa.
Onyame tumfuye, udinaye. Onyame tumfuye, udinaye.
Yiyi wudi na ye. Yiyi wudi na ye. Yiyi wudi na ye. Asafu ye owa.
Onyame
Asafu ye owa.
Onyame tumfuye, udinaye.
Yiyi wudi na ye. Yiyi wudi na ye. Asafu ye owa.
Onyame tumfuye, udinaye. Onyame tumfuye, udinaye.
tumfo wangweni no kwanyame otinisa wakuzinyi nemo watamfuso okaunti mesuro bibi
nyame tumfo yeyiwa yedada nyame tumfo yeyiwa yedada
yewo nyame oyo tumfo wangweni no kwanyame otinisa wamakuzinyi nemo matafuso okaya hunti misuro bibi
nyame tumfo yeyiwa yedada
nyame tumfo
yeyiwa yedada nyame tumfo yeyiwa yedada nyame tumfo yeyiwa yedada
Nyame ye odimafo
odimame no kamame
Nyame ye odimafo odimame no kamame
odimame akamame odimame akamame
Nyame ye odimafo odimame no kamame
odimame
Yeyi wudi na ye asafu ye owa
nyame tumfo ye
asafu ye owa
nyame tumfo ye dada
watamfuso watamfu
yeyiwa yedada yeyiwa yedada
Nyame ye odimafo enti tribe wunya kopon tribe no ao
chibeno
Mese tribe wunya kopon tribe no ao
chibeno
Obeya mawo Yesu beka mawo ao
chibeno
Mese obeya mawo Nyami beti ama oda ao
chibeno
Tribeno nya tribeno ao
chibeno
Auto ni mo minya kopon tribeno ao tribeno Mese ayasa oni mo minya kopon
chibeno
ao
chibeno
Mese obekun ama oda obedi ama wo siensi oni afabre nyame o obeya mawo
Chibeno,
edie ni usimi ni edie ne o hawia fabre no obeya mawo bese tribe unya ko pon tribe no ah o
Chibeno,
ni a
Chibeno,
ah o
Chibeno,
sawaya mamia yesu beya mawoda ah o
Chibeno,
Chibeno, onia chibeno, bese chibeno, chibena no pa, bese chibena ria, ah, chibeno,
Chibeno,
yasa woni mo minya ko pon,
Chibeno,
enti chibe wunya ko pon chibeno, ah o,
Chibeno,
bese chibe wunya ko pon chibeno, ah o.
Chibeno,
Obeya mawo, Yesu beka mawo.
Chibeno,
Chibena no beno, bese tao.
Chibeno,
Chibeno, onye chibeno, bese chibeno, chibena no pa, bese chibena ria, ah, chibeno.
Chibeno,
Yasa woni wo minya ko pon,
Chibeno,
ah oh, chibeno. Si awuto woni wo minya ko pon, chibeno, ah oh,
Chibeno,
Mese chibena no pa, mese chibena ria, ah, chibeno. Yasa woni wo minya ko pon, ah oh, chibeno. Si ahuto woni wo minya ko pon, chibeno, ah oh. no kwanyame otrenesa wakuzinyi nemo watamfuso okaunti mesuro bibi tumfo wanweni no kwanyame otsenesa wamakuzi nyinemo matafuso okaya hunti misuro bibi watamfusu yewo nyame uyotumfo wangweni no kwa nyame otinisa wawakuzinyi nemo watamfusu oka unti mesuro bibi watamfusu oka unti mesuro bibi yewo nyame oyotumfo wangweni no kwa nyame otinisa wamakuni no kwa nyame otinisa obibi nyame tumfo
Right. Excellent. I think you guys see the idea of how that goes about. Okay. So again, today what we are dealing with is the last stage, stage 7, stage 6, and stage 7. Okay. And at stage 6, we are going to be doing the mastering and then the post production. The reason why I'm wasting time in the mixing is because I want it to be okay, because this is exactly what I'm going to be using. So that's why I'm taking a little bit time, so that even if I have to come back to tweak something, it wouldn't be a big tweak. Okay. All right. Cool. So getting back to the program. Getting back to the program. Let's get going. All right. Getting back to the program. Okay. So once you're done with your work, okay, this is the mixing at stage 5. We are done. We need to export it and mix. Some people will be tempted to just come here on the output and just put their stuff on there and just treat it like that. My best advice is export it as a wave file, then re-import it to your program or the platform you want to master with, and then do it there. Okay. So we're gonna do everything in Studio One for the sake of practice. Okay. All right. Let me check one thing real quick before we continue. All right, I just want to concentrate on the headphone right now, so I just went and turned down the micro the output. All right, cool. So now that your mix is done, how are we going to export? Okay. So first things first, in Studio One, you're going to go to Song, and you're going to go to Export Mix Down. Okay. All right. The guy's name is Atapuku. We are calling this Higher Praise Medley, and then this is the first one he's doing, so I have it named. And then anytime I mix, I just put mix there, and then when I master, I put master there. Okay. So we're going to direct it to the right folder, which is basically the mix down. And usually I like to export in WAV and MP3, okay, so that I can have 2 of each. Okay. So I have to make sure that I don't have any file in that folder. So when I come to the mix down, see, I have a file in there. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna delete, so I don't conflict this mixing with my old ones I did. Okay. So I'm gonna delete that. Then I'm gonna make sure my wave is set to 24-bit, 44.1, if that is what I worked in. How do I know I worked in 44.1? Studio One, options, song setup or options. Song. Yeah, options, but it's not giving me. Let me see. Okay, there you go. It's in general. So song setup general, okay? And I worked in 48. Actually, I did 48, okay? So technically speaking, since I worked in 48, I don't have to downsample it to 41. If I downsample it to 41, nothing will happen, but I cannot upsample, okay? So since I worked this song in 48, see, it's always good to check. See, I thought I even did 41, you know? So this whole time I was exporting in that. So always make sure you check, okay? So song setup, and then just come to general. Might be here. Just switch over and come to general, okay? If you have information of the artist to put, this is the place to put that information, okay? The name and all that stuff. That's not important to me. And you can also put their picture or the song picture or whatever. I don't have time for that. So here, the sample rate 48 and then resolution 24. That's the most important thing we need to know, okay? And so now when we're about to export, we're going to go to Song, Export Mix Down. We make sure it's going to that folder. We also check that folder to make sure nothing is in that folder, okay? And it's empty so that we don't conflict it with other works. And then we come to Wave, 24 is already there. And then we can actually, since this is not our final mix, we can keep it at 48, okay? because we are working in 48. But for the final export, make sure it's 44.1. That is the only difference. And we'll talk more about that. And then the MP3, you can keep that at 48 as well. Okay. And then put it to the highest bit rate it gives you. Okay. All right. So if you have higher, take it to the highest. Okay. Mine goes to 320. So for the most part, 320 will sound very good. Okay. And then here we'll leave everything between the loop. I've already have a loop. The blue thing you see is a loop. Okay. That's where I'm going to bounce. And then I can decide to use real-time processing if I want to hear it back. If I don't want to hear it back for the whole entire time, just have it run through and do a stand. Okay. I would advise you, the only time you use real-time processing is when you want to hear back. If you don't have the time and you just want to get it going, because you have done a pretty good job mixing, just go ahead and export. Is there a difference between real-time and non-real-time? No, there's no difference. Okay. The difference is you get to hear your song back. That's it. Or if you are processing through external analog machines, or if you have external processes involved in your project, then you do real-time bouncing or real-time exporting. That way you are able to work on the project because you are trying to work on it further, or whatever be the case. For most people, you are probably done with your project, and so just go ahead and just export it out. Okay. So the way we do that is we set our things, set our name, and then we just export it out. Okay. And make sure you title it the right way so you know which file it is. Okay. So I got that everything done. So I'm going to click OK. And at this point, it's going to do a stun. So you guys remember what I told you guys, that I'm mixing heavy. So it's giving me that clipping. The signal was 5 dBs over. Okay, so pay attention to this part. Okay, 6.50. Pay attention to the highest number it's going to give you. Okay, because we're going to find the average of that. Okay, so right now our highest is 6. Okay, and our lowest was 4 point something. So look, our highest is 6. So it's telling you it's clipping, right? And keep in mind, I told you I'm mixing hard for a reason. Okay, and I'm going to explain it to you in mastering. Okay, while it's don't understand, basically the point is, if I'm ever mixing a song, I want to make sure I bring the levels down. However, the problem is when you bring the levels down, you lose certain things that you mixed very well. And so what I do is I bring it down, then I go back and bring certain things up, as you guys saw me doing, right? I brought it down low, then I started bringing the toms and certain things that I don't want to lose out of the mix back up. The reason is I don't want to lose it. Okay, but pay attention to the clipping. The plicking number is giving you, okay, it's giving you 6.70 decibel. We're going to find an average of that. Okay, so 6.70 right now. Okay, so it's giving you about 6.70. Let's see if it's going to get to 7. I think probably it's going to stay at 6.70 or 80 maybe. So 6.70 is the highest it's clipping. Okay, so it tells you, do you want to delete the exported track? The following issues occurred, blah, 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 clipping. Okay, so it's telling you it's clipping. So do you want to delete it? Of course, we don't want to delete it because we want to work with it, so say no. Okay, even though it's clipping, we have a reason why we want it to, we are okay with it clipping. Okay, so you have your folder here, and it's in there. Okay, what I like to do is I always like to come back to my project, mix down, and make sure that it's wave and MP3 for this. But in mastering, it's going to give you folders, and I'll show you when we get there. Okay. All right. So we see we have a wave and we have an MP3, right? Mix down. We have a wave. We have an MP3. Okay. And that's what we did. So we good. So even if we want to start mastering, we can hear a little bit of it. Hear how it sounds. So we got an idea of how it sounds like, right? So it's good. It's good. So now in Studio One, how do you master, right? You have the option to master in your regular DAW, or you have the option to master in a project file. The way it works is whenever you are coming to do something, it will say new song or new project, okay? And then you can do it that way, right? So right now, if I click new project, it's going to create a project template for mastering. If I click new song, it's going to create a project template for multi-track recording, which is multi-track, multiple tracks of recording, okay? And so that's what a multi-track recording suite is, right? And so that's what the new song stands for and the new project stands for. And basically, new show is similar to the multi-track, except that's for like more like live gigs and stuff like that. Whenever you're doing live recording at church, concert, stuff like that, okay? Cool. So that is all here. At the same time, we also have it here, okay? Song, project, and show. Right now, I have a song opened, and so it's right there. I don't have a project open, so when I click it, it's going to create a new project file. It's the same thing, all right? So for example, if I click this, all right, it's going to create a new project file for me, and I can send it to wherever, and blah, 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 okay? So I've already done something ahead of time, so I'm going to just bring it in. So I'm going to go to File. I'm going to go to Open Recent. And you see I have a master. You see this one is the actual song, right? And then this one is the master. Okay, so just remember song, project. Remember dot song, dot project. Okay, so project is for the mastering. So we're going to go ahead and open that up, what I did. Okay, and it's going to open it up like that. Okay, so by default it's going to update and all that, but I'm going to delete it just so I can show you guys the whole process from scratch. Okay, so when you guys open, you're not going to see anything in here. I've went ahead and put all these things to save us time from going longer. You see, I wanted to do just in an hour, but we're already way over an hour, getting to even 3 hours. Okay, so I have to really wrap this up within the next 10 minutes. Okay, so the whole thing is once you open a project, okay, there are a few things to consider, okay? When you come to this section, it's going to ask you to put the information of your song, okay? You can go ahead and put all that in there. As you guys can see, I've put in various artists. As a songwriter, he does not own the songs. He's just singing regular songs that are already out, okay? And then L4C Multimedia, we are composing and arranging it. And then this is gospel, and this is 2022. If I wanted to put a graphic, I can go ahead, go to pictures and find a graphic that I wanted to put of him, and then go ahead and put that picture, and it will put it right there, okay? But that's not what I want to do, so I'm going to just remove it, okay? Are we good on that? So that's it. I mean, it's kind of cool. I guess we could just keep it there for the sake of practice, right? Cool. And you can have it right there. That's if you wanted to, okay? All right? And once you have that information, you can just close it out and we're good to go, okay? So now you go to project, import file, and then you're going to find where your project file is, okay? I know where it's at, so I'm just going to go there, mix down, okay? That's what we created, right? And so you can listen to a little bit of it again. You guys see the bad clipping, right? So we're going to fix all that. I'm going to explain it to you, okay? All right, so we're going to bring it in, okay? Good. All right, so now that we've brought it in, okay, we can see it's clipping very bad, right? And we can see the peak RMS. And we're already hitting the 0, okay? How do we know we are clipping? Because it's already hitting the 0. All right, so anyways, one of the things that I like to bring is in the chain, your inserts is basically for the tracks or the songs. Your master is whatever you want to go on overall, everything overall. In this case, I only have one song, okay? So I have the option to put all these things over here or here. It makes no difference. For me, I'm going to put on the master. Just like in the project, we had input, output, same thing. Nothing is different. They just worded differently, okay? There's only one thing that I'm yet to figure out in this program, and that is to properly create a bus. I'm thinking, is this listening bus here and stuff like that, but I haven't gotten it to work the way I want, so I don't use it for now. So right now, I don't create a bus a bus for some type of bus compression. I don't do that for now, because I like to do that in mastering for some mono comparison, compression, just to kind of add more width to it. But for now, I'm not going to worry about that. It's not a big deal. All right, so whenever I have the project, I go ahead, put the settings, the information. Oh, I updated it, so I got to do it all over again. I don't have the time to do it, but you guys saw it, right? So good. You go ahead and then do all those things and put a picture, whatever you want, and you get to go. All right. But then you guys will see something. Most times when you import a project, it's gonna look something like this. You guys see that? But I'm already maxing out at the 0. So that tells me it's not good. Okay. So by default, you have the option to just bring it out a few decibels. You are right now at 0. So when you pull on it, when you click on it, you see 0.0 dB. Okay, so keep going down 0.3, 1.2, and then go maybe to 2.0 or something, or maybe even 3.0. Okay, 3.0, 3.2 is fine if we can get to 0 and leave it there. And now we have breathing room. You see, now we have some headroom here. Okay, you see it's not touching the edges. So that is going to allow us to apply all the things we want to do in mastering so that it doesn't clip more. So you realize I pulled it back, right? So now let's see if it's still clipping. You see it's barely getting to the 0. And where I have it at a -3, it's stopping there. And then also with the LUFS meter, look at it. The idea is to get it between somewhere like -14, if we can. But for me, I'm shooting for -10 with this song, okay? Because I'm not registering or anything like that, okay? But if you're registering, shoot for -14 LUFS. If you're going for LU, maybe somewhere around 8, okay? All right, so you see? Right, so you guys see how that works, right? So that is the simple way to do it. For me, I'm not going to be doing that, okay? I'm going to keep all the quality, nasty, bad, as is. Okay, I'm going to keep everything as is, and I'm going to go through my chain, okay? So the first reason why I told you I'm mixing hard is because I am going to be using something that I call a Q10, okay? As you guys can see here, it's a Q10 paragraph equalizer, okay? The only difference is I'm not going to be doing anything on the channel EQ or the channel equalizer here or the graph here. I'm not going to be doing anything. All I'm going to be using this to do is to basically limit it to a certain number. You guys remember what I told you guys when we were peaking? Do you guys remember the number? We were somewhere around 6.7, and I was asking us, will we go to 7, right? So we will actually go to 7. So what we are rather going to do now is we are basically going to take our number. We were a negative. We were plus 6 points. We were going over 6.7, right? So that will be basically 6.7 over. And remember, I told you guys we want to make sure by the time we finish that mix, we want to be between -4 and all that. That was to give us headroom here. But however, in mastering, before we put on the limiter in the same sense, we want to make sure that we are somewhere around, let's say, -4, -3, -4, somewhere around there before we apply the limiter, okay? So in that case, to just be on the safer side, that same concept as I was saying there has to be used here. So we want to make sure we are at -4 to -6. And so what we are going to do is, because we are over 6.7, right? The way we are going to do is the average of the 6.7, I would say somewhere like probably a 4, right? And so what we are going to do is we are going to take that, let's just say 4, 4, let's just say 4, it's fine, it's reasonable. Let's take the number 4 of the clipping that we went over by by 6.7 decibels, right? and then we want to get to -6. And so to get to -6, we are already above 6 we are already above 0 by 6.7 decibels, okay? So in order for that to happen, we have to basically pull it back 6.7, that's -6.7 to get back to 0, okay? So that means already we are coming down 6.7 already. And then to get to another 6, we are probably going to have to pull it by 12 times. So if you had 0, so say you want to get to 6, so that means you got to do -12 minus 6, all right, and that will give you to -18. So if you do -18, if you do -18 and you add it by the 6 decibel we went over, okay? So hold on. So we are at 6.7 decibel. We are I forgot. We are finding the range, the average of that. So we are going to make it a 4 instead of the 6.7, right? So at the 4, we are going to come down 4 to the 0. So when we come 4 to the 0, that will take us to 0, and then we will go another. So we are 4 brings us to 0. So that means another 4 will take us to minus 4, right? -4, and then let's say that will be basically -8. That will take us to 4, and so another 4, 9, 10, 11, 12. So another 12 plus the 12 will take us to -8, okay? So how about we do 10? -10 plus the 4 will take us to -6, okay? So what that means is we went over 6.7 decibel. We want to use an average number, so we are picking 4, and then we are using 4 to get to -6, okay? It's not rocket science. You don't have to keep messing with it. Actually do the math and get it there, or else you will just keep using your ears for nothing, okay? Your ears will help you, but just get it there so you can do the rest with your ears. Okay, so this is the starting point. There's math involved in this, okay? So once you get to, so basically we went over by 4 according to our math, right, or our average, and then we in order to bring it to -6, we have to go -10, okay? And so basically 4 minus 10. We already up 4 minus 10. That will bring us to -6, okay? So what that means is with this plugin, if I was to reset it, okay? If I was to do a full reset, it will bring it to 0, okay? And you see the number here, okay? We just have to click -10. Sorry. We just have to click -10. Oh, I don't have it on. -10, and it will bring it down for the left, -10 for the right, okay? And that's how we will do it that way, okay? As simple as that. As simple as that. Now, if you don't know how to do it, all you got to do is, if you don't know how to simply do it that way, you can also put the thing in the middle. Don't do just the left, or it's going to mess it up, okay? So, if you do just the left, it's going to mess it up. So don't do it that way. Just put it in the middle and then drag, and it's going to do both of it, okay? And we want to get it to -10. And you can see the number is moving, right? So we get it to -10. Okay, -10, same way, okay? So you can do it this way or do it that way, okay? So without this effect, we are still clipping. So we are still clipping, but now when it's enabled, right? So now this is our first in the chain in mastering, okay? Based on this mix, okay? Not all the time, okay? This is only when you have a situation like I am. If you do everything right, you shouldn't have to do this step, okay? All right. So, we got this here.
Oyo tumfo wanweni no kwanyame otsinisa wamakuti nyinemo.
You guys see how we are clipping here? However, when I put it on, we are not clipping anymore.
Mata
The problem with this is if you are doing this, that means your track is going to be struggling. So try and avoid it, okay? But for me, I don't really care because I know exactly what I'm doing, okay? So don't get in this habit of this, okay? All right, so I put a Q1, all right, waves Q1. How do you get to this, okay? Maybe you don't know how to get here. If you have waves, go to your waves. You can simply type Q1 and it'll come, or just type Q and all the Q stuff will come and pick it, okay? Or if you don't know how to get there, just go to waves and then scroll down until you see Q, okay? Scroll down until you see Q right here, and it's right there. And I already have it start, so it's something I like to use, okay? Cool. Now, once you get there, you just click it and then you pick it, okay? That's how you get there, okay? So I'm gonna leave this up here so we see it for now, okay? So now that we have this going, right? Let's look at our, this is a VU meter. I won't be using like that, but the WLM meter I'm going to be using, okay? That is just to measure these things. I know it's already here, but I like to look at it here, okay? I like to look at it here also, okay? So one of the things to do is this. Without these effects, if you come in the project, you can sometimes measure your loudness, and it's going to analyze your track, and it's going to give you the loudness of how your track is, okay? And it will tell you the reads, okay? And you see, before the effects being applied, right now it's at negative 7.9.7, okay? Which means it's a bit too loud, okay? And after, it's still the same because nothing has happened, okay? However, if I add this effect here and I try to tell it to if I tell it to update, the more that I'm doing is gonna eventually give me the option to update. You know, if I keep applying effects and stuff, it's gonna tell me to update, okay? Okay. But anyways, yeah. But anyways, you can use that as a reference to just get some reads, okay? All right, cool. So now that we have the Q1 in, you see it's now down. It's not clipping anymore, okay? I use K14 preferably, but sometimes I just switch between all of them just to see where they are all at. But really, where you need to be using is the peak once you are all done, okay? Because the peak really tells you we are not at 0 yet. So you see why we need the headroom? Because that's for mastering. That's why you need the headroom. So that way mastering will take care of the last final steps, okay? And that's why it's important to not max out. If you max out, you're going to give the mastering engineer a lot of problem, okay? All right, cool. So once I do this, then I'm going to add a slide compression, okay? So with a slide compression, all I'm doing is, let me show you how it works. All I want is a little bit, about 3 decibels. I don't want any more than 3 decibels. So 2 or 3 decibels, that's it. And so see how I'm going to set it and see how it works, okay? So here I can set a fast release, but I decide that, I think I told you guys that already. Instead of doing that, I'm going to set it on auto, okay? You can either set it to 1 or you can set it to 0, or maybe set it to 3 if you want. But the faster the release, the better. But I just do auto for the purpose of simplifying things, okay? All right, cool. So watch, it shouldn't react too much, you know? It shouldn't compress too much, just about 2 or 3 decibels. Watch. You guys see it? It's just a slight compression. Slight, nothing crazy. And at the same time, as we are doing that, we are also not peaking.
Yeah.
negative 14ish, and right now our short term is at negative 18. So we are doing a good job. The more we pass negative 14 to the 10s and the 9s and the 8s, that's when we need to start getting worried. Okay. All right. So for now we are good. All right. So you guys see slight compression, nothing crazy. If I pull it more up, the compression will stop, and if I push it more back, the compression will go more forward. Okay, more this way. I don't want that. I just want a slight compression. You guys got it? So it's just a slight compression to just put on there. Okay. All right, good. So now that I have a slight compression on, okay, now I can go to the next one. So the next one I called a low band EQ. Okay, so the linear phase EQ, and all I do with this plugin is this: I just remove the low. Okay, so I think in this mix, you know, it's a lot of bass and a lot of low end energy. So it's probably not a good idea to use something like this, but for me, I like it because I feel like it just helps it to just you know, it meshes well. So for example, let's hear it so far. So far, let's hear all the changes we've done. Let's hear the dry thing without the changes. Okay, this is how we started. It's just loud, that's all. So we had to come up with a Q1 to bring it to the level to be ready for mastering. So this is really how we are starting. So now with a slight compression, not much difference. It's just a little slight, you can't even feel it heavy. Alright, so we are negative 19, we are doing well, okay? So now with the linear phase EQ, let's hear the impact it makes. I'm going to just bypass it on and off and on so you see how it works. The way I do it is this: I only use it to cut this, and you guys see DC remover, right? DC offset remover. So when you come here to the presets, all I'm using it for is DC offset remover, okay? This is something I started doing years ago, and I've just gotten used to doing it. People don't really use it in their mixing chain, but I do, okay? I just feel like it just helps to put all the low ends to mix with a song very well, okay? I may take it out, I may not. It all depends on how the mix is going or the master session is going, okay? So here, let's hear it. Let's bypass it and hear how it sounds.
No kwanyame otwenesa wawa kuzini nemo watamfuso.
You can barely hear the difference, right? So it's fine, it's good, okay? All right, so we are doing a good job. And then we have the S1 imager, okay? S1 stereo imager, okay? So with the imager, my idea with that is this, okay? With the imager, my idea with that is all we are doing is an imager is going to start off narrow. All I'm doing is I'm trying to widen it, okay? So for example, I don't really want to mess with it too much, but for example, the more up I am, the more wider it's going to get. The more down I am, the more narrow it's going to get. And hear how it makes it sound, okay? Just hear it. Right now it's going to sound more mono, more in the middle. Not really mono because it's a stereo project, but just hear the difference with the imager. It's going to make it widen a bit more, okay? So just hear it. Make it more wider, that's how you do it, okay? Again, that's up to you. It's all about preference, okay? All right, so I'm just gonna find a good, width and just put it there. It right there. It's fine. So if you don't know what to do, you could also use presets. Okay, that will get you what you want. But for me, I don't use it. I feel like it kind of sounds a bit weird, so I just simply use the width. Okay. All right. So that's all for the imager. Okay. So now that we do the imager, okay, then we want to add a little bit of slight brightness. Okay. Remember how I showed you the Pro EQ? People just go and pick the Pro EQ and just boost the high end. Well, the Apex Vintage Exciter fixes that, so you don't have to do it that way, okay? So let's hear it right now as is. Then I'm going to slowly add the Exciter, and we're going to see how the Exciter helps it, okay? You guys see it? The more I apply, the more it excites it too much, right? You guys see that? But that's not what I'm going to do. I'm going to use as much of the brightness as I want, okay? So let's work with it. The whole thing is this. This plugin basically make it look like something that is covered being opened. Imagine covering a speaker with a blanket, and all of a sudden you open that blanket. Or imagine hearing a studio sound from afar or in a room. Then all of a sudden you enter that room. The noise, how real the sound becomes. That's what this is doing, okay? So it's kind of like it's peeling. Well, not really this per se, but it's part of it. That is what the fresh air is going to do, okay? This fresh air here. However, this helps with that also. It's a combination, and you guys will see it shortly. So this one is just doing brightness, but the fresh air is doing that thing that I'm explaining, okay? And when we get there, you see it. So this brightness here, we just brighten it up, okay? So right now, see, it sounds muffled. It sounds muffled, right? We're going to brighten it. Here, you see the moment I turn it on, I activate it, it just makes it wide and nice. It's like set your beam in more B. And see more B. You see it? For now, we are going to leave it at this setting. I think for now it's fine here. And then after that, we will tweak if we feel like we need to, okay? So that's how that works, okay? So now let's talk about the next in the chain for me, okay? So the next in the chain for me is the vitamin, okay? And the vitamin, all I'm using the vitamin to do is to really pull the frequencies that I really love so much, okay? So the way I use the vitamin is this, okay? I go ahead and select a preference, a preset first, okay? So mastering, there are all kinds of presets. Find the one that sounds good for you. I like mastering one, okay? Once you find a preset, all you have to do is tweak the bands that you want to work on, okay? For example, this is the low one. So if I have it on and for example, if it's playing, you see it. Watch. You see it? So if I wanted to more lows, then I'm doing it this way. So and then the way you can also do is you can solo it so you can hear that frequency. You know, this is what makes it sound good in the speakers, right? And then the other frequencies you want to put more priority on, you bring it up and down and so on, okay? That's all I use this plugin for, okay? I just basically use it to just treat the frequencies that I want to, you know, hear and stuff like that, okay? So right now, you see we are still not clipping. Clipping range is over here. See, we are still not clipping, right? So you guys see the importance of the beginning steps, okay? It's very important because now you see we are adding more volume, but not much is happening, right? Right now we are -14 and -15. You see how we are doing a good job? I wasn't even paying attention to it, but by using our ears, you see we are still doing a good job. Well, -14 for short time is very good because that's actually where we want to be, right? -14, okay? So it's very good. It's a very good thing. And you can tell the reads are also here, -14.4. Okay, and the LU around 8. Remember I told you I want us to get around 8 LU. You see, we're around 8. So that tells us we are in a good shape. We are doing good. Okay, so now let's watch this. So now that we have this going on here, we are going to utilize the fresh air, okay? And the fresh air is very simple. The way I use it is I click on this link thing here, then I move it. So if you move it, it's all going to move at the same time, okay? But for now, okay, I have it 25 and 15, so it's not a big deal. I can actually do it with you, so you guys see how it works. Okay, so actually 0, 0. Okay. Oh, double click can help. Okay, good. Double click, good. Helps. All right, so you see how I have it. All I got to do is click the link and then just stick it up, and it's all up together. Okay. And all this one is doing is doing exactly what I told you, like the thing being covered and it coming up, okay? So let's see, for example, this mix here, how it makes it sound. I'm going to just do it heavy so you hear it, and after that, I'm going to do it at the right level that I want. So just hear it. Do you guys hear how it's like it's opening it up or something? It's like the thing that is Adiena's Yemi and the corner. It's not something. It's like a su baby, that kind of thing. Okay, and that's what's happening with this, right? You guys hear I find what I want within range, I just unlink it and then just just tweak each side the way I want. Okay, so let's see.
Onyame, uyo tumfo wangweni, no kwa nyame. Otrenesa, wawa kuzinyi nebo, watamfuso. Oka unti, mesuro bibi.
It's fine. Okay, so we'll leave it there. Okay, so now that we are done with everything, now we're going to go to the limiting. Okay, so the limiting, there are multiple limiters that I like to use. Okay, I like the multi maximizer. Okay, the L3 multi maximizer, L3 multi, that's how I call it. Okay, L3 multi, just like it says, cut it short, L3 multi. And then the low latency multi. I am really very confused with these two. Of course, there's the L12, but I don't want to work with that moving forward, so I have it out. But if you want to know how the L1 looks like, it looks like this. Okay, so it looks like this, and this is the better option. It looks like this. You could actually do it and use the same processor as you're about to learn, or change the look to the legacy. Okay, that's how I like the old stuff. Cool. All right, so if you want that, you can use that. Okay, for me, I think for this song, I'm going to be going out with the low latency. After mixing it over and over and sampling, doing all kinds of stuff, I find the low latency gives me the nice feel that I want. However, I have both of it there with the same parameters, so I can compare and stuff like that. But it's all good. Okay, so now that we know what we have, let's see how we sound at this point. That's how we sound right now. But now let's turn off all the stuff we did and see how we sounded coming in, with the exception of the Q1. This is how we sounded coming in. That's how we sounded coming in, right? Right? We sounded like that coming in. The Q1, just like that. The Q1 is really just helping us to be at the level. This is how we sounded before we started maxing. We went from that to this. Okay, so we went from that to this. Remember I told you I want to shoot for -10. We are -12, so that means we have a little bit to work with, right? A little bit of room. Okay, so with that said, let's go to the limiter. Okay, that is last on the chain every single time. Remember that always. Okay, so keep in mind this is just the LUFS the meter reads. Every program will give you different meters to work with. Okay, so you can do K20, K14, K12, or EBU R1 128. Okay, they all look different. You see, with the peak RMS, we are still not hitting 0, which is a very good thing. All right. So if we are going to be doing the limiter, I would advise you to probably switch it to peak RMS. Okay, However, keep your eye on the LUFS. If you keep it at the K19, it's okay, but you're not really getting much out of it because it is going to go over 0, okay? If it goes over 0 like this, it's going to start going towards the clipping area or the red area, maybe not into the clipping, but into the red area, okay? And so you have to understand that if you use the peak RMS, it is going to give you the reality of how when you are getting close to the 0, okay? So you can just switch between peak RMS and K14 over time, but you can mix in here entirely without having to go here. But for the limiting, I'm going to stay at a peak RMS for now, and then keep an eye here and here, you know? Cool. So the way it works, okay? The idea is this, okay? Let me actually put a different L. I'm going to put a different one so I can actually talk to you about that one, okay? So if I put it on, right, it's going to look like this. Then my goal is to make sure that as it's playing, I'm going to move it all both down in the center, all both down to the level that I feel is okay for me. So watch how that works. You guys realize the more I'm going, it's washing out the beat. So you have to go to the place where you go without the color being messed up too much, and then it not getting washed out. Okay, so find a good balance. Once you do that, then you can slowly go up with 1 until you find the level where everything is fine, okay? And you might end up there. But my advice is simply just do -0.1 like this, okay? At the end of the day. For now, we don't care. We're just going to take it up and see how it's going to end up. Okay, so let's see. If we are listening to it well, we will realize that the limiter is being overused and it's washing the thing out now that we are going up. So that means we are going to have to limit it differently, right? By taking this up too, so it balances out well, okay? The idea is this. The attenuation, okay, ETTEN here is attenuation. The idea is for the attenuation to come somewhere around 3 to 6. Between these two numbers, never above 6, okay? So if you want to use a limiter, whenever you are limiting, the way you know you have too much is never limit to the extent that the attenuation or the response, okay, is coming above 6. Let it be between 3 and 6, okay? So watch how that works. Stuff to consider is also keeping it. We did the project in 24-bit. You can keep it in 24-bit, or you can also keep it to 16, since that's what you're going to export it to. Okay, that's up to you. You could do it that way, or you could do none and none. Okay, for whatever reason, I'm keeping this on Ultra and this on Type 1. And also the master arc, I am going aggressive with it. Okay, I'm going aggressive with it. Okay, so we are at -6.1 and then 0.1. So let's go to our old one. Okay, there are certain things I wanted to show. Let me just show it. Okay, and then the other thing is, when we hear this mix here, we have to ask ourselves, where are we hearing most of our frequency? Where are the frequencies that we don't want to mess with? For example, if the kick is so important to you and you don't want this limiter to limit it too much, okay, then there's something here called priority. Okay, they have it for all the bands. All right, all of them. Okay, so you're going to set, the way you do it is you can set a higher priority for the kick, maybe a lower priority for the mid, okay, maybe a higher priority for the highs, okay, and then that way it doesn't compress it too much. You see now it's moving upwards like that. That's if you care about, multi-band compression in your limiter. Okay, so I don't care. Let me remove this. So we are at -6.1 and then -0.1. So I'm going to delete this, and we're going to bring the one I already have. And we are at -6.1. Look at that. See? We are -6.1, and here we are 0 instead of -0.1. Okay? That's because of the other mix. Okay? Yeah, we can keep it at 0. It's not a big deal. Okay, let's take this to Type 1. Ultra 24-bit. Let's keep this. Sometimes you can keep it at arc. That's the default. I'm just doing aggressive for this. Okay, and you guys can see I have a 7.1 priority here. I put a priority in this range, so it sounds like this. Okay, that's kind of where the voice is at. Okay, that's where some kick and stuff like that is at. Well, some aspect of it. And then here's where the sub, the bassy part of the kick. So you see why I put a priority there, so that it glues it together. Okay, I put priority there so it glues it together and doesn't compress it too much. Okay, all right, so that's why you do the multi-band compression. Okay, if multi-band compression is not what you want, okay, then you want to go with something as simple as an L1, okay, or an L2. Actually, let's do, the L1, I already showed you that, right? This one here. So let's do L2, okay? You could do something like an L2, and same process, okay? Same process, nothing changes, okay? So now that we have this going, all right, let's see. You guys hear it? You hear the bassy? You hear it? This is like you're sitting in your car, or you're at the engagement or wedding, that type of bass, right? So you do that so that way when you finish your work, it can meet market level, You guys hear it? All right, cool. So we can take it off so everything can play. So we started from here. And we ended up here. Again, we started from here. And then we ended up here. one, right? So that means we are going a bit too hard, right? And so to compensate for that, that would mean not doing it too much, okay? Or bringing our out ceiling down, okay? And the way it works is this.
Oyo tún fò wá wẹ́ni ló pa nyàmé. Ọ̀tún ní sá, wọ́n máa kún ti yìnyín mú. Màtá fòso, ọ̀ka yẹn ń di mí sùúrù bíbí.
Nyame tó kéyí wáyé dáadáa. Nyame tó kéyí wáyé dáadáa. Nyame tó kéyí wáyé dáadáa. Nyame tó kéyí wáyé dáadáa.
Remember, I told you guys I'm shooting for somewhere around -10, okay? Because I really don't care about this being a -14, okay? And so if we see it, it's going to be right there.
Ọbẹ̀ yá máa wó, èsù bẹ́ ká máa wó. Èsù ọbẹ̀ yá máa wó, nyàmí bẹ́ tí a.
You guys see it? And it's good. Okay, it sounds good. So I have to take time with this master, okay? Again, if I wanted to really take time and work on it, I'd have to come to this side and check it on the monitors, which I can do right now briefly before we round this up. So let me do that briefly, just to see how it sounds like. So as you guys can see, it sounds good, right? But of course, I got to take time to really work, just put a finishing touch to it. But let's just assume this is our mastering. Guys, congratulations, you've learned mastering, all right? You've learned mastering. This is literally what mastering is. You are putting the final color to it, okay? All right, and you've learned all the processes, okay? And always remember to take your metering off if you have any metering that you put on, okay? And always make sure whatever is not supposed to be on is not on. And also make sure you're not limiting too much. See? So you can see I was teaching and I limited it right here and I limited it right here. Very bad. So guess what? This needs to go. So it's probably making it sound different than it needs to. So again, it's good that we have to always check our work, right? So let's see how different it makes it. It's not supposed to be limiting here. I was teaching you guys something and I just forgot to anyways, it's at 0, so it's not a big deal. Yeah. It's not really doing much because I didn't make anything in there. But still, it's good. It's a good catch. So let's take that out. You see, it didn't change it much. You see, now that we have a lot of things going on, it's telling us to update our loudness, right? So right now we are -7, -9.7 now. If we update it, you know, we're probably going to be at -10 as we see on this side, okay? Probably. So we should be somewhere around -10, you know. And our true peak was at 0.4. Let's see if we got it, and we went any higher. Now it came down to 0.2. Not too bad. We don't want to. Okay, so close to the 10, right? -9.8. Okay, close to 10. Okay, close to 10. So, oh, this is before the processing, and this is the after. So still -10, correct? Okay, good. So prior, we had this, and in the post we have about -10, and then also our true peak is at -1.4, which is good. That means we are not even peaking at 0, which we like. We like that. Our RMS is -8.6, which is good. Our LU is at 12. Okay, we like to be between 8 to 10. Okay, so 12, not too bad. Okay, so it's good. Anyways, more work needs to get in. So whenever you are done with your work, okay, you could always just zoom in and then do your fades. Okay, you do your fades. Okay, all right. For me, I'm doing this because of the mixing. It's probably gonna make certain sounds come in the beginning, like you know. So I let that go away, and then I do the ending also. So what I do is I trim it, so it doesn't really. All this is already set prior. Okay, I can reset track markers to content so that it matches with my audio. And then the way I can do the fade out, I can let it fade out to the ending of the song. See how it faded out. So it faded out with how the song was ending. So that way it sounds much more nicer. And of course, after every song ends, wait about 3 seconds, something like this. 1, 2, 3. You guys saw that? Just like that. 1, 2, 1, 2. All right, so this one I made it 2, but it's okay. It's no big deal. But anyways, generally speaking, you want to do 3 seconds, right? So an example of that would be something like this, okay? Something like 1, 2, 3. It's coming a bit early, but it's not going to be perfect all the time. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. You guys got it? Because you don't want a long pause to be in the beginning. That's why I make it shorter. 1, 2, 3. All right. I'm going to make it shorter because I don't want it to be a long pause. 1, 2. All right. It's almost like 2.5, whatever. Okay. And it's good. By the ending, it's perfect, right? Good. So once you're done, now you're done. Congratulations. You have mixed and mastered your first song. And of course, you should always be saving your work, as you see. All right. And then what we will do is we will we will export the work. Except this time around, we don't come up here to do anything. We just come to digital release. Here are all your export options in this window here. All right, I'm only going to worry about digital release because that's what most of us are trying to do, use this for. So digital release, go there, and then I have a folder created for the master sessions. As you guys can see in the master, I have different mixes, right? All right, I've done different, well, let me just show you guys from here. As you guys can see in the master folder, all right, that's the master document, and then you can see the mixes, okay? So I started with, I've done about 4 mixes. I've even deleted some. So here's the first one, here's the third one. Okay, you don't even see the second one, right? So there was a second one, then this is the third one, okay? And then I've done even one as a final mix, right? And then now we are doing this one. So basically it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the 5th mix, right? Just to really, get the best taste of it. Anyways, so what we're gonna do here is we are just gonna put it in this folder. We're gonna just create a folder and we're gonna call it. Let's change this so we don't get confused. With this one is gonna be mix 4, and then we're gonna call this one mix 5 because I don't know if this is gonna be my final. Probably not. So I'm just gonna call it 5, okay? And then I'm gonna create this folder here, and I'm gonna put it inside the mix 5, okay? All right, and then again, we are gonna do a wave and MP3. This time around, it's gonna make it into a folder, okay? Because this is a project file. So in the wave, remember what I told you? It's no longer 48 anymore. 44.1. It has it there because that's how I'm working in this project file. So that's why it's already there. Okay, and remember, this one resolution was at 24, right? Now it's gonna go to 16-bit, not 24 anymore. 16-bit, not 24-bit. Okay, that's for digital release. Okay, if you do 24, they're gonna reduce it to 16. So it's better just keep it there to avoid problems. Okay, so 16-bit, 44.1. Okay, and then that's the wave setting. That's the MP3 setting. We already have it direct into the right folder, mix 5. Okay, and so we are good. So it's going to give us a wave and an MP3 file. Okay, and now we shouldn't get any peaking, any clipping or nothing like that. Okay, we are going to use the range of events, which is the loop region. Okay, and then we don't need to do real time. I've already explained that to you, so we are good. And then that's all we need to know. So let's allow it to do its thing. All right, so again, while it's doing its thing over there, I hope you guys have been blessed. This is a full thing we have done. I think if I have to combine all the hours, last class we went about 6 hours. Today we have gone about almost 4 hours. So 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, and then the first day, I'm sure we went at least 3 hours also, so 10. So this is like a 15-hour course that we have done within 3 weeks. Okay, week 1, focusing on step 1 to 3. Week 2, step 4 and 5, and then week 3, step 5, step 6 and 7. Okay, and it's been very intensive, right? But very simple and laid back. Okay, so we've done like 15 hours of streaming and learning just with this. I think you guys have to be happy about it if you are somebody who finds value to this lesson. Okay, all right. So now that this is done, I want to make sure I don't confuse it with certain things. So I'm going to open my Mix 5. Okay. And you see it created it into a folder. That's what I'm talking about. So I'm going to go to the folder, and the one that says wave, see, because this is wave, right? So the one that has the actual wave file is going to be what I need to work with, okay? So since it's already there, I'm just going to do master, okay? You guys see how that works? The name is already there, so I'm just going to do a master. And that's it. And I'm going to pull it into this folder. And then I'm going to delete, well, not delete this, but delete the wave one. Well, it doesn't really matter. MP3, let's go to MP3. And then now the MP3 has the picture. Because remember we did it, I forgot. So the MP3 writer has a picture that we put in the program, right? So it's no problem. And so same thing here, we can change this to master, and that'll be the MP3 form, and we can move it to this folder. Once we move it to this folder, we can just delete this, and then this will be gone, okay? And that folder is no longer there, okay? And so now that folder is gone, okay? So now, did I click new folder? All right, cool. And so now that we are done, we can check our MP3. All right, assuming this is okay with us, right? We are good to go. And then if it's a master, I'm sorry, our wave, if it's our wave, also here. All right, and if it's fine with you, you're all right, and that's it, guys. That's all you got to do, and your work is ready to go. So this was the mastering aspect of it, right? So now remember what this was about, right? So we have the so we have the mastering stage, and we have the post production, right? So you are done with production. Now you need to do with the stuff that is about the post production. Well, guess what you did? You exported this folder. Let me show you guys. You exported this folder here, okay? And so that that alone has your work. And so post production would mean, for example, let me show you an example, okay? An example will mean going to the how would I do this? Okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay, an example will be going to the internet browser, okay, and then even typing, even if you don't know, how do I register? Okay, how do I register my song? Okay, and it can tell you different things. You can get it copyrighted, blah 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 blah. So again, if you wanna, get it copyrighted, you can go ahead and do it through whatever ASCAP, BMI, and all that. I use ASCAP. Okay, that's what I use. So you can get it registered and stuff like that. Okay. Well, if you want to, publish it on iTunes and all that stuff, all right, there's all kinds of stuff you can use. One of them is TuneCore, okay? You go to TuneCore, you sign up, blah, 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 and then you go to TuneCore, you sign up, and then you register your song, okay? It tells you if you are doing an album, $29.99. If you are doing a single, $9.99. It tells you, all right? And then the one that I use is called CD Baby, okay? So CD Baby, you go there. The website will look like this, okay? That's what I use, okay? And then you can also look at the pricing there, all right? It tells you what a single is, a pro single, okay? Meaning your pro means you're going for the pro distribution, okay? The standard single means you are doing just the release and not the pro distribution, okay? And that's what that means. And then the standard is the same concept, okay? Standard album, you are doing just the album release and the registration, just not a pro distribution like go to iTunes and go here and go here and go here. You're not doing that, right? But then the pro album has the distribution, okay? So the whole point of that is standard has no don't have the pro distribution, just the regular registration, and that's it. And then pro single has pro, basically standard here and pro here, okay? So standard means no distribution, okay? And then well, not no distribution, but no digital or multi-platform distribution. How about that, okay? So that means you don't you it's going to other places, okay? Worldwide, let's put it that way. All right, it's going to worldwide, okay? All right, and that is only the pros that can do that, not the standard, okay? So that's how it works with the people that I use CD Baby, okay? And you can register your song there. You can create an account, upload your song, blah blah blah, and then immediately when they do it, it's going to go to iTunes and all that stuff, okay? So I think if you wanted to know their partners, and let's just say you didn't know and you wanted to know, it's something that you could just type and see CD Baby distribution list, okay? And it will tell you who are their come on. All right, so here are the distribution partners, okay? So you say Apple Music is there, iTunes, Spotify, Amazon, Pandora, YouTube, TikTok, Rezo, De-Esser, Shazam, Tidal. All right, you guys see it? It's all there. Those are all the partners that CD Baby sends the music to. So when you do pro distribution, it goes to all these platforms in one take. One simple take takes you to all this. So that's what pro distribution is about. If you don't have pro distribution and you do the regular, you're not going to be able to send it to these platforms, okay? That's it. So that's basically the nutshell of it. So in a nutshell, what we are saying here is, in a nutshell, what we are saying here for the excuse me. So what we are saying in a nutshell for the post-production, right, is basically once the production is done, what are the things that I need to do after that? And those are the things I'm talking to you about, okay? Again, you have your song, you take it to iTunes, blah, 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 okay? And that's how you go about with it, okay? So I just hope it's really helping you to really understand how this all works, okay? All you have to do is basically register the song on whatever platform you want, whether it's iTunes, blah, 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 blah. Go ahead and do it there. For me, I use CD Baby. Oh, one thing I meant to show you guys, okay? So, say, say, say you do the distribution, right? That is just for digital release. Say you wanted to do um, CDs, and maybe you are doing an album launching. You want to do CDs, right? Well, the people that, so let me do it this way. You can do CD duplication companies, okay? You could do that, and then it will give you all kinds of people, okay? And you can go ahead and do that, okay? It's that easy. For me, the one that I use, I think somebody had me do one for them on a different platform, but I forgot which one theirs were. I forgot theirs. Okay. But mine is called Disc Makers. It's right here. If you just go to Google and type Disc Makers, it's going to come up, okay? And that's the one I use, okay? So on Disc Makers, you go there, and then you basically go and set up your project with the cover, blah 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 blah. So at this point, you should be able to do your cover. So Disc Makers is a good platform. This is what I've used for many years. Whenever I did CDs, I haven't done an album in a long in a long while, so I haven't had to deal with them. But I've had to deal with them for other clients. So if you want to do DVDs, whatever. So here is CDs, of course, and then you can start. You can say, hey, I want to do digipacks or wallets or whatever. You know, usually I do a jacket or I do a wallet. And some people do the digipacks. So those are the common ones I do: the jacket, the Echo wallet, or the wallet, or that. You know, my last album was a wallet. My last album was a wallet. Okay, so it's all up to you, whatever you want, based on your taste. Okay, so you can click on it, and then it will tell you how you know, if you want a 4 panel or a 2 panel or whatever, you can go through it and get it done. And then it has a designer and everything. It's just that you got to have your designs ready to just put it in there. You know, if you don't have a design in, if you haven't designed your designs, you have to do the templates. So design templates. You come here, you download it for Photoshop or whatever. Let me just show you guys. So you download it for Photoshops, and then you go in there and it tells you what to do. You just have to read the instructions and then just design your thing, put the picture, blah 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 blah. If you guys don't know how that looks like, okay, let me see if I can find one. I might be able to save you guys by showing you guys one. I just don't know. Let me see. Let's hope I have one. Okay, if I don't, no big deal. So if in my files I should have I should designs finished. Okay, you see, Pro CD artworks. You see that? So I have some works for other people. So for example, Marian Agbila Project 1. You see, I have her. Oh, I didn't even copy here. Okay, there you see. You see all the designs are there. So if I'm doing it, it's not just going to be just one thing. Oh, it's going to be different things. For example, the back will look like this. You see what I'm saying? And the back will look like that. Okay, and I will write it on there or whatever. And then maybe the front will look like that. Okay, all right. Again, it's all up to you. And then the acknowledgements will be there if the person adds that stuff. And then the actual cover. Okay. This one was a promo, I think. And then here, you know, it's all about it. So anyways, I do the designs all. Then after that, you have to put them together in the template. And the template will look weird, but when they are cutting, they know what they have to do, okay? For example, it looks like this to you. However, in there, it's a different thing. For example, if you come to publish Illustrator, I said publisher. Illustrator, it's probably not updated, so it's not going to have everything. Just to give you an idea, you know. Okay. So this all deals with the post stuff, you see. So you see, I don't have some fonts, so I don't want to really do anything. I'm just going to click close, okay? And you see how it looks like? So the layers, there is this white background here, okay? You know, so it's just an empty place. You know, it's just for an empty place. You see all those big things you saw is been put in this template, and that's how they are going to print it off. Okay, so you got to follow their guideline so you know what to do. You see? You see how it is? All right. So by the time they get a CD and everything, everything will be on point. Okay. So once you do this, then they will send a proof and everything. Okay. I think all that stuff is there. I just have to go through the folders. I don't really have the time to do that. But here, I think this might be a proof here. Yep, I think that's a proof. Yep, I think that's a proof. Yep. So they'll send you a proof and then you get that done. Okay. So this is just one example. Yeah, prep files. Okay, whenever she sent me the pictures she wanted to use, okay. So it's just the pictures and I had to come up with the designs, right? So that's how it works. That's how it works. Okay, cool. So that's one example. That's another example here of one of my friend pastors. All right, same thing. He has the back, the front, the back. You see, the front, the back, all that. You know. Okay. You see. So you do all these things. Okay. It's not just a simple thing. Then after that, you do the template. Right. You put it all in. Okay. So everything is self-explanatory. All right. So that's how you deal with the cover. Okay. So the point is you need your cover in order to register your song. Okay. And then of course the song itself, and then the details, your artist name, and all that stuff. I'm gonna give you guys a word of advice. If you're ever entering music, okay, always come up with the name you want to use. Be Think 10 years ahead of the time. Don't just think about now. Don't just say your name. For example, your name is Stella Boaten, and then you say, okay, I want to use Stella B, and then you start using Stella B on all your records, and then later on you want to be Stella Boaten or Boaten Stella or whatever, and now you have all kinds of confusion going on. You cannot correct this, so it's better you think about all these things before you even start to register anything. Okay, so that way it doesn't happen to you. Okay, for me, it has happened to me, but me, I did it intentional. It wasn't like I didn't know. For example, my name is spelled, as you see on the screen, Stein, like this, right? Some people don't know how to say it. They will say stain, stain, stain. I don't know if you guys can see. All right, you see how it's like spelled like Stein? That's how my name is spelled, right? Some people don't know how to say it, so they say stain, stain, stain. So sometimes I just will change it to this Stein like that, so it's easy for some people to say it because it's iron, right? Iron. Then it makes it easier for people to say instead of saying stain or stain or whatever, you know. Anyways, but it's Stein. So for those people that don't know, I just do it that way, so it makes it easier for them to figure it out. Okay. So I hope you guys have been blessed and you've enjoyed the lesson and you have enjoyed the series. Okay, it's been a long ride, but finally we come to an end of it. Okay, so I'm gonna let you guys go. Again, this was Programming Masterclass, the 7 music production steps or process checklist. Okay, and we went through all of them, and now we have done mastering stage and the post-production stage right now. Okay, and everything has been covered. On this note, we will not be continuing with this series. This is over, so I hope you take time to watch the other videos. It's over 15 hours. Take time, and I think you will be able to learn a lot from either of the videos. Okay, all right, stay blessed, and until next time, I'll catch you guys later. While I leave you guys, I'll just go ahead and let the song play a little bit, then I'll be out of your way. Okay, all right, stay blessed. Until next time, I hope you enjoyed it. Have a good one. Bye bye.